All right, it's about 7:11 in the morning here. It is a Friday, Friday, September. I keep wanting to say August. Friday, September 9th, 2022. Okay, I just plugged the mic in here. Friday, September 9th, 2022. See the big Marvin crane is above the gate here. And it looks like they did lift the top off of the can. I believe I don't know if they did it just now or what, but the top is off that can crusher here. Hey, Sausage, good morning. Hey, Havon and Ray, good morning. Hey, they're doing some work here with the can crusher. It looks like they took it apart or something just recently. Also of note, there are some white cones along the road here, so it looks like they are going to take advantage of the road closure to do some type of large move, because they put these cones out usually when there's a booster move or something else. So they took the effort to put these, unless these cones are just for, maybe they're gonna go check out in the field where the fire was, and I don't know, something special going on. But these cones usually mean a road closure for moving something big. Hey, morning, Tony, good stuff. Hey, early afternoon for you, good stuff. I get a shot to the left here as well. Yeah, very late, very early. Yeah, good stuff. So I don't see any truckers offloading. There is venting over there at the one of the liquid nitrogen. That second one there is liquid nitrogen, so they're venting from that. There were a lot of trucks here last night, I believe. After that fire, I think there were trucks that came in. It is blurry. Let me check out the scene here. The lens is clear. It's just I think it's just that time of day, possibly, or maybe could be on my end. Maybe it's on your end. I'm not sure, but I apologize. This is a 720 pixelation. Sometimes you have to reset the video on the quality compared to some of the other live streamers. I'm doing 720 right now, so let me move to the right here. First, I'll get the Starship view for the Starship. You might have to downgrade the to 720 instead of 1080. If you'd like us to shoot in 1080, you're welcome to donate to the channel, and that would help buy some better equipment, a better camera. I did a equipment fundraiser starting last December, and I think I got one or maybe two. I got about 80 bucks, and I was asking for about $10,000, so I got $80. So, yeah, if you'd like to donate, go ahead. Good. Thanks. Yeah, it looks good on my side here too. I can see the image as it comes from the screen here. So it is a Friday. The sun looks really nice on the horizon. I haven't gotten that shot yet, but it looks really nice. And we don't have hardly any clouds. We got some kind of skinny clouds on the on some of the periphery, but looks really nice. Good stuff here. I still smell some of that fire smell. I smell some of the char. I don't know if it's on my clothing or whether it's from the environment, but I still smell a little fire. There were some fires closer to here as I drove in last night, so that was correct. They're south of here. There were in the field a few small fires still going. All right, I'll see if we can see any activity on the Starship. Can't see much back there at this time. I suspect they'll be driving this out of here at the road closure time frame. The cones behind me start just about 10 feet behind this area here. So these cones, they're not. Let me get the shot here to the right. Let me see. You can see these cones going that way, and I'll get it from the other direction too. Let me see. See this cone just in front of us at the bottom of the camera. There's a cone right. Let me see. There's a cone right here, and that's about 15 feet away. So they don't need to. And I'm right next to the main gate here, so they're not expecting anything very tall to be coming in and out, because otherwise they'd push this cone a lot further back. You know, this would be way back there. So we're not going to see anything large come in or out, I don't think. It's likely that it might just be this here that we're seeing that these cones are for, but that's a lot of work just for this type of small thing. I feel maybe there's some other type of thing they're going to be moving today. So. I'll move further to the right here. We'll get some other shots. Morning. Hey. Some guys here behind me. Get a shot of this. Take a look at this color on the hoppy. That's a nice reflection. Okay, yeah, that's a good point. Let me get that shot of the Starship. Yeah, there are some tiles missing. That's a really nice color, though. Let me get I'll get the Starship next. Let me get the, this is a limited time opportunity to get the sunrise, so. Yeah, that what we're seeing here could possibly, it could be due to the lens of the camera. Sometimes that's due to something on the lens, but yeah, let me. I'm gonna brush the lens a little bit, just a little bit. That's still there though. Yeah, the lens looks clear. All right, so we do have a sunrise going on right now. so far there aren't that many trucks here. Yeah. There are people up on the orbital launch platform, so they're working up there. I'll get another shot of that, but I'll get the shot here first. You know, if they did a road closure today, which it appears they obviously are, maybe they don't want people parking across from this if they were to test this. I don't know if they're going to do any further pressure testing on this for liquid nitrogen, but if this thing were to burst, they maybe wouldn't want people parking on this side of the road. So maybe that's why the cones. I don't know. It's a little early for me to do much thinking at this time, I think. Still kind of waking up. Rowan says the cones are for the tank rollback. Which tank are we looking at? This one here, right? This, okay, maybe this one in front of us is, they're going to roll this down the road. All right. So then we're going to need to see maybe some SPMTs or something like that because, right? Maybe that makes a lot of sense, Rowan. I didn't consider that. I was looking at the top there, that top piece, and I could see that. Yeah, that is very wide, so maybe, probably. Yeah, I'll get. Okay, let's see. Ron also says you can see the SPMT with the tank stand on the right. Okay, let's check this out. Let me see. Okay, I see this SPMT. I could actually get my other mic. That would maybe be better, but I see. Let me see. I see this SPMT over here with the other part on it. But is there another one in the view that you can see? Because this larger structure here, I think they would need a SPMT for that too, right? Another one's behind the gate. Oh, okay. Okay, wait. That's a good point there. Yeah. That's a good, yeah. All right, back there to the right of the Starship, there is another stand back there. Good eye, man. Maybe, I'm not sure how you saw that. That's great. Yeah, there's another one back there. Maybe earlier in the stream when I had that shot, huh? So and that makes sense. We're putting it together here, people. We got it. So they got that stand back there with the on the SPMT. Morning, John. And we got the big Marvin crane here just sitting and waiting, right? And they are doing a lot of work. They're doing a lot of work on that piece right there right now, 7.1. So they will likely move that stand over there toward here or toward over here and use the crane to lift this onto that stand, right? That would make sense. Well, that's kind of exciting. All right, let's get the shot here. Looks like they got some of the piping off of that 7.1 already. I'll get a shot of the tower now. So I'm going to move to the right and we'll get that shot of the tower. Crap. Sorry about that. Didn't get much sleep last night. I mean, I did, but not really. There we go. Apologize. So we got 2 live streams going right now here at Ocean Camera Space Corp. So that's going to be coming out here in front of us. Looks like one of the two pressure things. Maybe it's just one piece that fit around that top piece on top of the 7.1. So that'll be maybe if they roll it out soon, we'll get to see that come in front of us. Get a good shot. Morning. All right, all right. So 2 cherry pickers currently up there on the overlaunch platform. And looks like they have the table under there too. Yeah, they do. I'll zoom out, but I guess before that, take a look at the bottom there. We can't see any raptors or anything, and we got those chains kind of hanging. And they lifted the new that table back into place because I'm looking to where it was yesterday, and they did. It was situated right behind this wall here. The raptor table was back here, right back here yesterday. So they did move it away from there, and it looks like they put it into place over there. I'm gonna move this camera a little bit further back because if they do roll this out, I don't want to be in the way. All right, yeah, they are going to move to 7.1 because there's a gentleman, there's a man undoing those bolts that are holding it down there. Yeah, I didn't get a look at the Starship. Sorry about that. I remember saying that, and then I got distracted there. I get a shot of the booster, and then I will go get that shot of the Starship. Talking about the sun, and I didn't get that shot with the tiles. Let me go get that shot. Hey, Sir Chris. Good morning. Yep. All right, I'm gonna move the camera and get that shot of the Starship. Just a minute. Yesterday was a big day, long day, but big day. Yep. Yeah, so we are seeing white tiles missing there from the Starship. They're lifting this crane here, the Marvin crane. So they're getting ready to do that lift maybe of that top piece off of the 7.1. I mean that 7.1 off of that the base that it's sitting on. They just started moving that Marvin crane. Doesn't look like there are any or many on the top there, but going down on the body there are. This is kind of the first area that I start seeing some tiles missing. Those white dots are the missing tiles. You know. I see at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, maybe at least 16, at least 16 from this shot. At the bottom there, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. This bottom right side of that aft fin there has maybe a bunch of stuff going on there. The bottom of that right aft fin got a bunch going on there. And the top of that fin there too. Look at that. I would suggest to some of the people at SpaceX to take a look at nano coating. Apparently, nano coating heals itself. If you take potassium hydroxide and you take 2 different metals, potassium hydroxide, you get some special type of plastic, the same plastic used in the tops of Coca-Cola bottles. If you use that type of plastic as a kind of something that'll dissolve in the potassium hydroxide with some hot water, and then you take some copper plating or something and you throw it in that water. Say you take copper plating and you put it in a little bin, one of those plastic bins you can get at a Walmart or a Target or some other type of place. You get these little plastic containers for your cookware or whatever. So you get big enough piece so that you can put a piece of copper inside of this, right? And then you take some potassium hydroxide and you put it in that container as well. And so this is going to be a dangerous reaction. So you don't want to be just doing this on your kitchen table with your bare hands. So you want to be standing back a little bit. Maybe use a big one of those $20 tubs or something, and you can put a decent sized amount of potassium hydroxide in there. Again, you're going to have to do the research and figure out how much or how little. Or this is not a kid's game kind of thing. You don't want your kid, your child, to be doing this outright. It's like you use that drain cleaner. Basically, you're using potassium hydroxide. You put it in one of these little tubs with some special plastic from the tops of the Coca-Cola bottles, and you pour in some hot water, and then you immediately put the cover on the tub there, and then you let it sit for like an hour, so that the copper is, or you can use zinc or almost any other type of metal, will get nano coated by the potassium hydroxide, and as the temperature rises due to that reaction, it'll nano coat the, if I'm remembering the process right, it'll nano coat that metal. So then it'll have a diamond-like nano coating layer, SP3, I think, SP2, SP3. If you use one of those diamond SP23 meters. And when you scratch that type of nano coating, it regrows itself, it heals itself. So this black that we're seeing here on the Starship is it's like these are big thick wafers that they're sticking on the side of the Starship there. But if they looked more into that type of nano coating with that type of potassium hydroxide, they could use sodium hydroxide too. But there are other ways to nano coat as well. You could use a torch and just apply a torch directly to the side of the metal there. But I know for sure that sp2/3 process with the potassium hydroxide is a good process. Keshe, Keshe, Mehran Keshe with the Keshe Foundation out of Italy with the Spaceship Institute came up with that process about 15 years ago. I'm going to get a little better shot of this here. I messed around with that stuff for about a year. Over a year, I also sold some of their products, like about $5,000 worth of their product. And but I studied the 3 books at that time written by Mehran Keshe on the atom and on the spinning of the he was saying that the electron doesn't spin around the atom in a equidistant pattern. So there's a special pattern to how the electron spins around the neutron and the proton there. So if you're interested in physics, I highly recommend checking out the 3 books by Mehran Keshe. If you have any interest in antimatter or the nature of light, very, very good books. And you can find them on YouTube also, Mr. Keshe. All right, they're rolling this one. They're rolling this. Maybe they're gonna go down the road. I don't know. It's not. I don't know if it's road closure time yet, but see what time it is. 7:40 something. Yeah, maybe they're gonna go for it with this one. I'm not sure. Or maybe just move it into position. I think okay, we got a couple things happening here. I'm gonna get a close-up shot. Here we go. Let me know if that was visible enough for you to see it. For these types of things in the future, I can always not live stream these, but get it in 4K imagery and upload it afterwards. So I don't know how important it is to get the live stream. It's awesome that there are 60 people on your live stream. It'd be a lot cooler if there were like 5,000 people. But there are going to be thousands of people that watch us after this, and I sometimes have to weigh whether to do it live or just to record it and then upload it in 4K, because right now at 66 people, you guys are the only ones who are going to see it live, and everybody else is going to have to watch it in 720 pixelation at here going forward. So it's a big weighing process. So I'd say help the channel grow so that when I do these shots, it'll make it more worthwhile to do it in 720 versus just recording it and then uploading it afterwards. So. Roberto says, live. Roberto 82175. Live is better. We may die tomorrow. That's good stuff. So make a big donation here to the channel, because it's not going to matter tomorrow. You're not going to need the money anyway. That's what I would say in response to that. There's a donate in the link description below. So thank you. Thrilled to will. So just the one SPMT for this. That's pretty cool. Maybe they are going to wait till the actual road closure before moving that down the road. Sausage, thanks, man. Awesome. Thank you for the support. Yeah, a couple sheriffs showed up, so All right, they're moving that other stand toward the area here from the right. You can see it coming out. They're going to lift it onto that stand like we were chatting about before. Good on you, sausage. Good on you. Thank you. Yeah, Sir Chris says most likely they're both going to go down the road at the same time. Yeah. See what time it is. Just a minute. 7:53 a.m. So in 7 minutes, that road closure starts. If everything goes according to plan. Oh. When the road closes, depending on the type of road closure, we can leave cameras in different areas or not. So we all have to shift around based on the how things are looking. I have that second camera going right now too, so I can redirect it more toward the launch site and not have it centered on the Starship tower. I can move it more to the left so we can see more of the... Thanks. More of the launch site here. Evo asks if SpaceX has a crew at Starbase. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking there, Evo. Oh, camera crew. They have cameras all over the site here. A while back, when I first got here, and this happens when new photographers get here, they kind of wonder, well, what can I shoot? Can I get faces? Can I get license plates? And one of the answers that I got over a year ago was that don't worry about getting people or faces or whatever, because they have cameras coming and looking at everything all over the site here. So they have a lot of cameras all over the site, and it's just part of the job. People to expect that they're on camera. If they're here at SpaceX, they're on camera. So they may not be the best quality cameras. So what we provide as outside media, outside camera people, is we have better cameras than they have. So they will. I've heard back that they do look at our footage because it's a lot of times it's better than what they have here at SpaceX. So. We're a lot more active and on it when, you know, as far as getting the shot and stuff like that. They have special crews with some very nice, expensive cameras that, for certain events and happenings, they'll bring out those cameras and they'll set them up. But other than that, it's just they have a lot of remote cameras as well. So drones too. They got drones. They'll fly a drone on top of the booster and get that shot or something else. So. So yesterday was the first full day where I did all day live stream from the remote camera site, and so that is now functional. That is functional and should be available most of the time going forward during the daytime. Wants to move back? All right, guys. I'm gonna have to move the camera back here to the left. They're gonna start moving stuff. Can I go into the field, maybe?
What field, man?
Just up to
Nah,
the...
man, they don't want any
All right,
parts of here.
all right, yeah.
From that phone
No
right
problem.
there for your truck back.
I got it.
You get that?
Had to move the camera back to this spot here. Sorry about that. They're about to get ready to get busy on this road closure here. They have the sheriffs are here. They just let us know where to move to, and they're going to start moving stuff. Oh yeah, a wide load coming out. Good call there, Sir Chris. Oh, okay, so there is going to be a road closure now, pretty much, at 9 a.m. now. So they have it scheduled for this time, 8 a.m. I mean, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. They have a road closure. It looks like this one's not going to be maybe an all-day road closure because they didn't kick us out of here. They just asked us to move to the east side of these white cones on the side of the road here. So at this point, it's not a full road closure where it's going to be an all-day thing. This is just so far, just more of a temporary road closure. Eight to 4. Okay, Rowan corrected me. Thanks, Rowan. So it's at 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. road closure, possibly. So. Thanks, Ron. It is a Friday, so that makes sense. Thanks, Tony, also. Thank you. Yeah, they're going to be moving the booster 7.1 and the top and the bottom, the base and the top there. We were just looking at them. If you scroll back in the video here. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll get a drink of water. I'll be back. Hey Jackie, good morning. Just good on you. Thank you. Just got some water. We're about to see them move some tanks down the road here. There's a hoop cam just on the solar panel looking straight in the gate there. I'm not sure which live cam, Rohan, that you're asking about, but yeah, there's a lot of cameras here on site. I mean, a lot of cameras. Wandering Ron says, I just got off work and wanted to know what's going on. The static fires were awesome. Yeah, they were, huh? Got a great shot of that yesterday, and some of the other photographers did too. Yeah, this is for the test tank here. They're going to roll out this 7.1 test tank. First thing they're going to do is lift the tank off of the thing there. I'm going to move this camera a little bit. We got a little bit higher view of the area they're going to work on. I'll go back to that spot that we're somewhere over there in a little bit. I'm not sure they're going to lift this first or move the other one out of the way, but on the tank there, on the top side there on the left, they've been taking all those bolts off along the base of the tank up the, so they could lift it off that platform. So So what's going on in some of your lives? If you got anything you'd like to share with the group here or with the world, go ahead. You got an opportunity to share anything. It doesn't have to be about SpaceX. You know? All right, they're getting up into that crane there. We're chatting at least with the crane operator. I'm gonna reposition the camera here. We still got mosquitoes out here at this time of day. I just got bit on the leg. Okay, they're taking this all the way down there to the build site. They're going to be, I just heard some words like, they're going to do that roadblock over there too. So over at LBJ Boulevard. I swear I smell some pot somewhere. You smell some weed? Someone around here is doing something. All right, they're closing off the road. There's a sheriff down a little bit behind me. Got the flashing lights on. Hey, Michael. Good morning. David, morning. Camp David, good stuff. Yeah, if you want to make my weekend like a total of like $700 would be nice. I could buy a bunch of stuff and pay some bills for the next month. 700. See if we can get to 700. We are at $11.83 here in the chat. You're welcome to tip any amount. It's about to get busy here. Camp David, good morning. Good day to you. I bid you good day, as Bashar would say. There's a gentleman named Bashar, Bashar, and if you're at all into chakras or energy healing or information, check out Bashar, and he would say, "I bid you good day." He has a really, he's an awesome guy. It's a gentleman that channels the personality, Bashar. Yep, here he comes. Good. Thanks, Sir Chris. Thanks, guys. Yeah, so it's September 9, 2022. It's just after the 8 a.m. road closure. And we're seeing that this is the top piece to that Booster 7.1 can crusher, which has been here for over a week now. They did some successful crowd testing on that, and I guess shake test kind of thing, and whatever else they do with the can crusher. And they're going to move it down to the build site from here 2 miles down the road to the west. And this will be followed by the larger structure of the 7.1 on a different SPMT. We're going to see that get yeah, anyway, so pretty awesome. Very awesome. Yeah, I mean, it could be a really good structure for a UFO, says David, Camp David. Yeah, it's going to storage, huh? I'll have to. Michael Maxey asks, what do I think about the charred ground from the static fire? I haven't gotten those shots. I haven't personally seen it. I will take a look, and I'll get some video photography of that also. Thanks, Michael. Yeah, till the next test, right? You see they cleared off the vehicles on the right side of the road there, so there wouldn't be any issues going down the road there. It is wider than the two lanes there. It is just a little bit wider than both lanes of the road there. Aprisal, good morning. Ramdani. Aprisal, Ramdani. So they're blocking off both sides of the road there with the two trucks following it. Looks like it's going to be a long trip down there. They're going 2 miles and they're going at a walking pace. So 10, 15 minutes, I would imagine, to get down there to the build site. If you were to walk that at that pace, you might get there. It's 2 miles, so 15, 20 minutes at least, maybe 40 minutes. It's just a one SPMT, so they have to kind of keep it balanced, you know. So Michael says, what do you think about 6? That was what we saw yesterday evening, was a 6 Raptor static fire. And what do you think about the 33 Raptors? Let me see what else. So Mike says, if a 6-engine static fire for 8 seconds was the catalyst for that brush fire, what do you think a 33-engine static fire would do? Well, yeah, well, it's been burnt now, so there is probably still some grass over there. I haven't seen it this morning, how much of that grass burnt, but if it burnt, then there's no more to burn, right? So I'm not sure if they're going to do the 33-engine static fire on that pad. The pad that they did that 6-engine static fire on was on the suborbital pad B there, where we're seeing the Starship right now. So that's closer to the ground than the orbital launch platform. And that launch site there, it's not as there's more concrete over by the orbital launch platform. They have it It's much taller, and it has a water deluge system on the orbital launch platform. So I don't know if they would test the 33 engine static fire on a pad B. Yeah, so that's a question. Oh, and that's going to be okay. 33 is going to be for the booster. So the booster is going to be tested definitely over at the orbital launch platform. And they wouldn't test it on the pad B there. So that may be it for the Starship. Maybe they would add another 3 engines there to make it 9. I think maybe the top number of vacuum Raptors on the Starship is 6 or 9. Maybe someone can correct. But yeah, the Starship only does a limited number of engines. The 33 would be on the booster. So took a little time to work through that, but it's pretty obvious that the booster only gets tested on the orbital launch platform. So. Good morning, Passing. Good morning. I'll get a shot of the lift of the other piecer when it starts happening. They are building a larger area to the west over there by Pad B anyway. Maybe it wasn't complete, but they had done a lot of groundwork on the far side. I guess where that burning happened. I did a video about it a couple of weeks ago where they have moved back the grassy area on the far side of Pad B over there. And they were doing a lot of groundwork with excavators and other stuff. So they may be planning to put a parking lot, or I had a Pad C question mark video. If you look in the videos going back over the last month, you'll see that video, Pad C question mark. And that showed some of the groundwork that they've been doing on the far side of where that grass caught fire and everything else. So. Michael over at SpaceX Boca Chica had suggested on Facebook that maybe it was what they were building possibly was another flame diverter. So they may be under construction on a flame diverter over there. I was thinking, well, maybe it's a Pad C, another pad, but no, it would be very timely for them to complete building something like that on that far side. There is a sheriff down by the beach just to make sure no vehicles come down the road, but there is one more piece to be lifted out and moved down the road, and we're about to see that with this crane here and the SPMT down there in front of us. But we'll get that shot as it comes around the road there. You know, you may be able to see this shot on the other camera that I have set up, the remote camera, because it's on that side. It's in that view that you might be able to see this coming to the screen there in the bottom left of that other remote camera, the Ocean Cam live stream. If I had another laptop next to me, I could log in and track that as it goes down the road. I can move that ocean cam shot to follow it. You know, I'm going to move the camera here. I think I'm good to move the camera. I'm going to get a different shot here. If I get told separately, then I'll move back to where I am. But I'm going to see if I can get this other shot. There we go. Doesn't look like they're going to be doing this this move anytime soon. So might as well get it while I can. Be a little closer to the road here. So this is the other half of what we just saw move down the road. That other piece was sitting on top there, right on top of this. And they're finishing up detaching it from the base. They're going to separate these two pieces and put it over on this platform on the right. This is booster 7.1. So I didn't check the news today. I don't know what's the big, what's in the news today. I got up around 6:30, maybe 5, and then I got down here and started filming around 7 or so. Okay, Michael says the other camera is zoomed in on the Starship and the tower. Good stuff. Hey, Michael, is the other camera, can you see the ground? I think you might be able to see the road or some of the land in front of the Starship and the tower, right? Is that correct? So if or when that moves down the road in front of the bottom there on that screen, I think you should be able to see that shot of the top piece go by. It's going real slow though. It's just making its way. It just made its way around the corner here. Might take a little while to become in the shot. But yeah, I haven't checked out the any of the markets this morning. I'd like to look at the 10-year yield and see how that's doing. Yesterday we saw it come down from about 3.34 down to about 3.28 or so. The 10-year yield came down and the stock market went up a little bit. I think the strength of the dollar is moving around as well. So if we were able to see the 10-year yield come down and see the dollar weaken a little bit, then the relative value of the equities would go up. So as the debt market gets bought up, then the stocks normally go up as well. Okay, wow, Michael says the camera's not showing the ground, only the tops of the vehicles. All right, Michael, thanks. I'll adjust that, and next time I'll make a mark, I'll make a note for myself where the ground is so that we can see those vehicles in the future as they go by. This next piece that we're seeing here might be a little taller, and possibly, maybe that'll get on the shot. But if or when they roll this down the road, I could, once it gets around the corner here, I could end this live stream and modify the height of the other camera. I can log into it and adjust the tilt and the zoom remotely. We'll be able to get that shot. So. This camera, this crane's starting to move, everybody. The hook there just lifted up a little bit. Yeah, Mike, I have to, I can't, for that other camera, I can't modify the zoom yet. I have to add 2 more Arduinos, and then I would be able to do that zoom functionality. I was talking about it several months ago, adding that zoom feature, and several things happened with the business and some of the people who were involved in the business. And I wasn't able to, I didn't do it. So I have to go there manually and adjust the zoom, you know. This crane here is putting out a lot of fumes. Yeah, the air is not as clear as it could be. Okay, Michael says, in the news yesterday, the passing of Queen Elizabeth II of Great Britain. Wow. Yeah, I did see that. That's one of the few pieces of information I did see. Yeah. I wish Queen Elizabeth the best wherever she's going or has gone, and we're all connected. So she is always here. We're always together. So. Um, yeah. I'm gonna get my umbrella. Be back a minute. Sir Chris, thanks. Tony says, I'm just watching the new king. He just got back to Buckingham Palace. Wow. Good morning, Tony. Well, good afternoon to you. Michael says, YouTube posted a presentation about the life of Queen Elizabeth. She reigned over the British Commonwealth, England, Scotland, Wales, York, Australia, New Zealand, and most of Canada for 70 years. Wow. Hey, Nadine. I'm going to see if I can get some footage later today about some of the fire and how it looks after the fire. I haven't been able to get those shots yet today. So I'll say once more what Michael Max says. It says, YouTube has posted a presentation about the life of Queen Elizabeth. She reigned over the British Commonwealth, which is the England, Scotland, Wales, York, Australia, New Zealand, and most of Canada for 70 years. Yeah. I like to look at a couple of people. I like to watch. There's a website called Benjamin Fulford. I'll put a bunch of names that I like to watch. BenjaminFulford.net has a lot of interesting view out of Japan on some of the different political goings on. Another person is David Icke, I-C-K-E. He has some experiences similar to my own as far as oneness and an understanding of all that is. David Icke, I-C-K-E. I like to watch his stuff. He has a different perspective on world politics and big events like the Queen's passing and stuff like that. Some other individuals I'd like to watch are 107, 107, S-A-V-I-N. He could be maybe the still living relative of JFK. So 107 is a good person. Nino's Corner, Nino Rodriguez, is someone who puts out and does several interviews with 107. So I get some kind of a world outlook from him as well. And another person is Carrie Cassidy with Project Camelot, projectcamelot.tv. She has another perspective on world politics as well. So, and then Gregory Mannarino as well, and also Chuck Barone. So there's a lot of people out there with all types of different views, and I like to listen to and watch Tucker Carlson, all the different perspectives. Sir Chris, you watch David too. Nice. Yeah, David, when he talks about, he's had some of the spiritual experiences. He talks in the same way that I do, David Icke. So, as far as the spirit and the soul, so he understands what I understand. So, good on him. You know, good on us. We're all together. We're all connected. And David says he talks about it the same way as I talk about it. So, I have maybe. As far as the oneness and even the one, he basically, I don't know what his experience was there with the unchanging aspect of all that is, but there is in the some of the Asian cultures, they have the yin yang symbol, and one aspect of that is the active and the other is the passive side of infinity. So we got the two sides, the two halves of infinity, the active and the passive. And so the oneness could be considered the active side of infinity, and the one could be considered the passive side or the big potential side of infinity. The yin, maybe I don't know which side we're going to call the yin or the yang, but the oneness in the one, and then the life would be the corner of that coin. You got the two sides of the coin, oneness on the one side, and the one and oneness, two aspects of all that is, and one of them's unchanging. The one is unchanging, but the oneness is constantly changing. It is active, and there are people. The soul, you could say, soul is on the side of oneness, and together they make up all that is the universe. So that's one view of life. It's a theory of everything. So. All the different bodies and the people, the personalities would be, if we were to relate it to a coin, would be the edge of that coin, and the oneness and one would make up the two faces of the coin. So. It's like a range. It's a range of the consciousness, the ability of consciousness to experience itself. It's the oneness, from the oneness to the one, and the consciousness exists forever. But the different types of experiences it can have with itself through other bodies is infinite. There's, but those are the two extremes of the of experience. We're getting 2 hours into the stream here. I'm going to disconnect this mic and plug in the backup battery. I'm not getting any indications of power, but just from past experience, I'm going to just make sure we're good for several hours down the road. So I'm going to plug in disconnect this mic here. All right, we have more ambient sound now, and I'm plugging in the battery here. So this is going on longer than I thought it might go on. So let's see. All right, we are plugged in. I think we're good to go. We have relatively no wind this morning, and it's a good time to be filming. Nadine says, I almost died in a car accident. I broke my jaw and leg. Wow. Those are two different parts of the body. Wow. Well, Nadine, did you have any near-death experiences or out of body? Did you lift out of your body or have anything like that happen? So the weather here is sunny with a temperature of 82 degrees Fahrenheit, 28 Celsius. 82. So last night it was about 82 degrees as well. The wind is blowing from the southwest at 3 miles an hour, or 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers, 3 miles an hour. Humidity is 81%, so it's a little bit more moisture in the air right now. So those two types of surgery, jaw surgery and a leg surgery, huh? What part of the leg, I would ask? Because if it's like the femur, then that's they would do a general anesthesia on that, and if it were a kneecap, again, that would be general anesthesia, I believe. If it's maybe the tibia or the some of the toes or some of the ankle, then that might just be a local anesthetic or some kind of a where they I forgot the name of it, but they just they do a localized anesthesia, and then they do the surgery with the patient still kind of in and out. But when they do that type of anesthesia, you can still have experiences, maybe leave your body and stuff like that. So that's why I asked what kind of anesthesia and what kind of surgery. Okay, Nadine Lynch, everybody, says, yes, I did. It happened while I was in the ICU. I saw my grandparents and they told me to return. I was knocked out tibia and fibula in the jaw on both sides, and my jaw was crushed. Oh, wow. Wow, that's tibia and fibula. So that's the bottom of the leg, everybody. The femur is the top of the leg. The tibia fibula is below the kneecap there. So wow, that's major. I haven't seen that type of. I guess maybe either you got an amputation or maybe you got they were just able to add some metal poles to it or to tack it with some steel bar or something. What did they do to that lower portion of those two bones? Maybe for the jaw, I would imagine maybe they went in and added a bunch of metal plates and then screwed it in, or otherwise maybe they just put in an artificial titanium or some other type of metal into the jaw. Those are some big surgeries. Wow, they did. But you were able to, you had kind of an out-of-body experience, and you saw your grandparents. And they told you to go back. Not your time yet. That's awesome. Thanks for sharing. I've had hundreds of out-of-body experiences. Over 20 years ago, in 1996 was when mine started, but I developed a lot of other capabilities after getting interested in that. In 1996 was my first experience. Butterfly fracture, titanium pin and screws. Yes, the metal plates, and also lost my free front teeth. I got you. Wow. Butterfly fracture, titanium pin and screws. Pin and screws. Okay. So the pin is where they kind of put. Anyway. Sorry to hear about the accident, but good that you had that experience with the grandparents and having a different perspective on reality. Good stuff. For the tibia, Michael says to reset the bone and put pins in her leg to hold the bone together until the bone heals. Okay, to reset the bone and put pins in her leg to hold the bone until the bone heals. Okay, wow. Yeah, that makes sense. So then they would extract the screws after at a certain point if everything's healed up down the road. It takes a while, I think, for bone to heal or for cartilage to heal. It does heal, but it takes a while. Wow. Tendons, ligaments, cartilage, and never mind the skin. So I don't see anyone around the base of the 7.1 right now. They are still moving that piece down the road to the build site. Maybe they need some of those people who are moving that down the road for this, or maybe they're just doing one lift at a time or one move at a time. I'm not sure why there's not much activity here at this time, but. The only thing I can think of is that maybe they need some of those people on the other project for this project. So. Okay, Nadine also says, I am also a cancer survivor, and 3 weeks prior to the car accident, I fell off a horse and broke the collarbone, which was repaired with a plate and screws. Oh, okay. Yeah, I used to date a girl who had several horse accidents, and she also had to go get some surgery to get fixed up, you know. Cancer survivor too. Well, good on you. I like to, there's a guy named Agenus Vonderplanets. I say his name quite a bit, but you might check that out. It's one of those diet books that I like. You know, different people with different diets. He's one of my favorite diet books, Nadine, and you might enjoy that as well. I don't, you know, check with your doctor before you do any changes to anything, but check out We Want to Live. We Want to Live by Agenus Vonderplanets. Yeah, Martin, I've had several girlfriends. Yeah, why you ask? I'm 46, everybody. I am, I've been around the block a few times. Okay, the accident happened a while back, Nadine says. Good stuff, good stuff. In the cards today says SpaceX Lee. What's going on? There is a road closure. Okay, Sir Chris says, looks like the top is almost over there to the build site. Good stuff. Yeah, I'm a heterosexual. I only date women. I'm looking for someone at the moment, actually. You know, there's I like to see men and women as like a magnet. With a magnet has two poles. You got the North Pole and the South Pole, and you got the two opposites attract each other. So I like to, my type of relationship is with the North and South poles. They're the two, like a magnet. That's the way I see relationship. If you have two, if you got two North poles and you got two South poles, they repel each other. So the way I visualize, maybe there's someone in a man's body that has a woman's whatever. So maybe there's still an attraction there with two men or two women. But I like to see it as like a magnetism, gravity and magnetic and gravitational forces. Are two different things. I'm looking for someone between the ages of 19 and maybe even up to 50, but probably in the 20 to 40 range. How old are you, Nadine? Nightbot says the purpose of ocean camera space is to video the liquid oceans on every moon, planet, and asteroid in the solar system, and to harvest the water to sustain human life in space. Well, yeah, I don't know, Martin, but to each their own. Nadine says, I'm 32 years old but can't have babies. Oh, well. Well, we may be a match made in heaven there, Nadine. You should send me a message. I like Chinese astrology. It would maybe depend on what month were you born. In Chinese astrology, they have 12 signs. And so each year represents a different animal. So I'm born in the year of the dragon. And so 4-year or 8-year separation is ideal for a dragon. At least that's kind of what I believe, and I follow the Chinese in that aspect. I mean, any year can be a match, but I've been looking at someone who's 4 or 8 years older or younger. So you are in that time frame. So you're Martin says, I'm a rat. So December 30th, 1989. Well, that means you are a Capricorn. So that is a match. All I can say is it is a match. 89. So let me do the years again. Yeah, that may not be a match. Let me see. December 1989. Let me get the animal for that year. Yeah, that is that's a 13-year difference. So it's not a 4 or it's not an 8 year. So yeah, I did my math wrong there. So let me see. 32 years old. See, I was imagining that I was 36 years and not 46 years old. So I did my math wrong in looking at your age. There was a time when I was 36 years old, 38, let me see, 32 plus 4 is 36. There was a time when I was 36 years old, and if you were also 32 years old, that would be a match. That would be 4 years, but I'm not 36, I am 46, so it's not a match. She says, I'm a tiger, and under the element of water. That says Michael. Michael says, I'm a tiger and water sign. Yeah, I'm a Cancer sign and I'm a water sign too, but I'm a dragon as well. A dragon, and so if you want to find out what year you are, you could look up, say, whatever year you were born, say in 1989 for Nadine here, and then you say into Google or some type of DuckDuckGo or chat. So these guys are coming back, so maybe they finished what they were doing, or maybe this is a different team coming in. But you would do a search for the year that you were born, space, and then Chinese sign. So where you do Chinese sign space 1989 or whatever. So that's the layout that you would put in the search term, and that'll kick back the Chinese year of your animal for your year of birth. So it's kind of interesting. I like to do it. I think Elon Musk is a boar, year of the boar or the pig. So I have a friend from the Philippines who is he didn't like it when I called him a pig, but it is the year of the pig or year of the boar. And those types of people, in my experience, spend money on themselves, and they make really good connections with people. So Elon is kind of like that as well. He's gathered around stuff to improve his life, and he makes really good connections with people. He's also Elon is also a Cancer sign. So I think he was late June is his birthday. But I'm in the July time frame, and I am a dragon. So the dragon people are a little bit different. See you later, Nadine. Good chatting with you. TK from Germany. Good afternoon, TK. Sir Chris says, I'm year of the ox. And John Rodriguez says, I'm a Scorpio. Yeah, John, check out, I don't know if you know your Chinese sign, check that out too. That might be interesting to you. You would type into the chat your year of birth and then space Chinese sign, and I'll kick it back. And then you can say compatibility. You can put your year of birth space, you do like 1989 space 1972 space Chinese space compatibility, Chinese sign compatibility or something like that. You can look at some of the different animals and how they relate. Hey TK, good stuff, good stuff. I like to look at the Western astrology too, but there's all types of things that you can look at. But I also believe that depending on any type of combination can work. And I think if you have a religious or some other belief that connects you, that's helpful. There may be certain, in my experience, the way I approach the world, there are certain, say, normal ways of acting and relating to people, and that's maybe due to some of these patterns from the astrology or from the cultural norms that happen to those people born in the different times and the conditions that they're born in, the environment that helps shape those people from birth. So that's kind of what I believe in. But I believe that there can be things that, like experiences that make that bridge possible between certain types of people, like an interest or some type of meditation experience, or there are all types of things that can make it happen. I think I'm looking for someone born in the year of the rat, the monkey, or possibly a Year of the Snake, but Year of the Rat or the Monkey is a good match for the Dragon. I think some of the best matches are the Rat or the Rat and the Dragon, or the Monkey and the maybe not the Monkey. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the Monkey was high up there. Monkey and Dragon, and also maybe a Snake and Dragon is a good combination as well. Okay, Shari says, I'm a wood rabbit. I'm a rabbit. Good stuff. Yeah, I know a lot about chakras. Yeah, Michael, I could talk about it. I'm not an expert in all. There's many people that know a lot more about this than I do. I'm just bringing my experience to the table here. Frank, yeah, Cancer sign was June, July. So yeah, I just had a birthday. I'm 46 now. My experience with a rabbit type person is that they say you're in a large, imagine that we're in a large audience. Say we're in an event area and there's someone on stage saying, at the back of the room is a certain type of book that you can pick up at the end of the conference, and such, and there's the person hasn't finished speaking about what they're speaking about, right? Now, my experience with the rabbit person is they will immediately get up and go to the back of the room and get whatever it is. Wherever the interest is, the rabbit will pick up and go. That's my experience. I haven't spent a lot of time with rabbit people. They, my brother might be a rabbit. You're the rabbit, but yeah, I knew someone else who was a rabbit also. So, a couple people actually. It's like they're not concerned with how other people feel about them getting up. There could be 500 people in a room all together, all sitting down, watching the speaker on stage, and they will get up, even if they're in the front row, go to the back of the room and get whatever it is.
Hey, where you post the video then?
Ocean Camera Space. YouTube.
Ocean camera space?
Yeah.
Because I always see you out here when we're doing lifts and stuff, but I don't know where to put it.
All right, so we're kind of a down right now. Okay, let me get a better close-up shot of this. Do a little work here. It's like we're getting a little active. Let me see. Michael, I love it, Mike. Michael Maxley coming out with a description of the tiger according to the Chinese. Okay, Sir Chris says the top is at the checkpoint at the turn there. Wilson Marino from Brazil. Good stuff. Let me read what you're saying there. So I know someone who's a tiger. So solitary and territorial, yet social when not hunting. Water mellows down a tiger's aggressiveness, but don't go poking them with a stick. You will feel their claws. Solitary and territorial. Thanks, Michael. I needed to hear that. Good stuff. And then there's different. Those are the general traits, and then it all gets differentiated. It also gets modified by all the different planetary influences and things like that. So those are the kind of the general. You can always go get more and more specialized if you want to find out what makes someone tick. You know, what makes them tick. Like they just opened up the road. I'm getting the feeling that maybe they're not going to move this down the road at the moment. I don't know if they're going to do this moving down the road with this morning. There's a bunch of gentlemen that just parked here to the right. Within this white cone area. So unless they move their vehicles, I'm not sure what's going on. So I'll give a shot at that once more. I won't get any license plates or anything, but you can see they are behind these white cones here, and normally this is a no parking area when there's doing a road closure. So we'll see. See what that means. Maybe they're planning to move this down the road this afternoon or another time. Maybe around 2 in the afternoon. So they would do this lift. I could see them doing this lift and then moving it later. Yeah, Michael says Starbase does most of their moves overnight or during the early morning when the traffic is mostly non-existent. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get my truck and I'll move it here too. Yeah, everybody else is doing it. I'm gonna do it. Let me leave this here. I'm gonna go get my truck and I'll park over here. I'll leave the camera here. I'll be back in a minute. Carlos Eduardo Mendez M. I don't know if they're going to stack it. That's a good question. I kind of imagine maybe they'll do some, they'll do some work on the Starship now that they did that static fire. I don't know. They're going to maybe check all the engines and everything else, make sure it's good. Maybe after that we could see a stack. That's a good thought. I hadn't thought of that. I don't know if they would want to test. So that was six engine static fire yesterday. Apparently Elon tweeted that it was a full 6-engine static fire. So would they ever want to test a nine Raptors? Because it does fit 9, I believe. Okay, Michael Mack says the can crusher is pulled into the production site over there, the build site. It's, it might, yeah. Okay, I like something, a comment just made here in the chat. I like it a lot. Michael says, Paul, in my personal opinion, Elon could install 3 NIP, nuclear ion propulsion engines on Starship for use in space. So nuclear ion propulsion for use in space. Interesting. I've seen various engines apparently related to Elon with special engines that people have made videos about. Yeah, ion propulsion is a very interesting type of propulsion. If you haven't seen it, there are some drones that don't have any propellers, and they just work off of the ionization. Very interesting. That'd be awesome. There's a type of engine which doesn't use any, it uses gravity and magnetism. There's another type of, so there's a type of, maybe in the black projects that uses some of the, just like a planet has gravity or has something that we call gravity. There's a technology using what I was talking about before, using nano-coated or using nano-coated metals and liquid nanoparticles that since the liquid nanoparticles are metallic, they essentially have either a gravitational and or a magnetic field. So if you were to spin a liquid metal, just like you would spin if you were to spin mercury, certain things would happen, and it's maybe dangerous. But if you were to spin a nanoparticle, a nano liquid of, say, iron or nano titanium or some type of mix of kind of an alloy of liquid, of nanoparticle liquids, they are easy to make. They are very easy to make, and the heavier the nanoparticle, it's called GANS, gas to nanosolid, GANS. The heavier the element of nanoparticle liquid that you use. You see, look at the periodic table, look at the elements, and then look for the metals, and then get the heaviest metal that you can. And then do that process with the, you can do another process after you have a nano-coated metal. You can use a copper plate and then some other type of plate, whatever type of metal you want, the heaviest metal that you can find maybe, and you attach it in a, you would nano-coat that metal using that potassium hydroxide process, what I described earlier in the stream. You would take that heavy metal, you would nano-coat it through that process, and then you would attach it in a salt solution with a copper wire between the two pieces. And that, over time, over 2 weeks' time, will give you a nano metallic liquid. Yeah, so you'll have a GANS. It's called GANS, GANS. And then once you have that nanoparticle liquid, basically is an oxide of that metal, of that heavy metal, which interacted with the copper plate through the wire. At that point, you can take that nanoparticle liquid GANS and you could spin it up in a machine in some type of maybe a spherical container, some type of, like, you can go to party stores and you can get these see-through plastic containers that have soap in them, and then some of these have these little things that you can pull out of those small spherical plastic containers, and you can blow bubbles. So they have these see-through soap bubble spheres, and if you were to fill one of those spheres up with this nano plasma liquid nanoparticle GANS material of the heavy metal, you would get a certain type of gravitational magnetic field that give some type of, I think it's a T. I think there's a certain, when they're measuring gravity, they have a certain type of meter which can measure it. I forgot the terminology for that, but it gives off a certain gravitational field depending on how fast and
the types of the arrangement of if it's just one spinning sphere, or if you have 3 or 4 of them in a triangular or a tetrahedral pattern, a pyramidal shape. You can generate gravitational effects, a gravitational field, which is, and then that will change depending on the types of the different metallic fields that you create with those spinning shapes. And as the 2 or 3 or 4 shapes interact, either in triangular or a pyramidal shape, they will form a 5th in the center of that triangle. If you have 3 in the center of that triangle, you'll get another magnetic field in the center of that arrangement. And if you have 4 of them in a tetrahedron in a pyramid shape, you will get in the center of that pyramid, there will be another energy that's created as well. Similarly, if you have a half sphere, instead of having a full sphere, if you have like a globe, if you were to cut the Earth in half and just take from the equator up, that would be a half sphere. If you had a half sphere, see-through, or maybe a nano-coated half sphere of metal, you got to coat the inside of that metal with a nano coating, and then you could put in some type of one of these liquid metals, heavy metal or some other type of metal. And if you were to spin that and keep whatever you're using to spin that sphere, you have to keep that motor very far away. And you want to, when you nano coat the inside there, you want to make sure there aren't any areas for the energy that's inside to escape past that inner black coating. So you really got to do a good nano coating seal. But when you spin that half sphere up, and you have to have whatever's turning that sphere a good distance away. You don't want if you have a motor spinning up that half-size sphere, you don't want the coils in that motor influencing or interfering with the field that's given off of that half-size sphere. But if you had 3 or 4 of those half-size spheres with a different nano GaNs materials in there, then the interaction of those 3 or 4 half-size spheres will produce a certain type of allegedly magnetic and gravitational force, which could interact with the different planets. Maybe you could attune, you can create a certain type of energy in the inside there to match another planet outside, or a moon or whatever, and then it will either get attracted or repelled from that object. So you use the process of attraction and repulsion rather than propulsion. Instead of propelling yourself or using ionization, you could use the actual gravitics of the different planets and things to kind of push and pull, or attract and repel. So Michael Mack says, you're thinking of the kinetic engine. I was first theorized in the 1940s. That's cool. I didn't know where that was from. I read a lot of Mehran Kesh's books and followed his material after learning about it on the Kerry Cassidy show around the 2012 timeframe. And so I followed him. I studied nuclear engineering when I was in college for 2 years in 1994 through 1996 at Purdue University. And then I was kind of losing track of how things were happening. I wasn't understanding things. So I went into aviation flight technology, and I got my commercial pilot's license, commercial instrument pilot license, over a 2.5-year period. So I flew a lot of airplanes after that nuclear engineering. I studied aviation flight technology and got the commercial instrument rating. So it was nice when I came across the Mehran Kesh in 2012 timeframe to kind of continue some of that earlier studies in theoretical physics. But Keshe is doing actual experiments, and they were able to produce that magnetic gravitational force, which is currently being used in fusion technology all over the globe, using these half-size spheres and even full-size spheres with the different magnetic and gravitational fluids using that similar type of process that I just described here in the chat. Once you do a couple of experiments yourself in your own lab or in your house, I did all my experiments in my apartment where I was living. I did a really small scale, and you can build on some of that stuff, and you can build on your knowledge, and then listen to what there's a bunch of people doing those experiments that you can follow on YouTube. It becomes more understandable and practical as you complete some of the experiments yourself. I've nano-coated things before, metals, just like I described, and I've created several zinc. I've created copper GANs, zinc GANs, and GANs, zinc GANs. The fluid, I've created these metallic fluids myself. So. And I've even done some of the spinning of them in the see-through containers. I never got so far as to nano-coat the inside of those containers. That's a more elaborate process where you want to have a metal sphere, and then you want to nano-coat the inside, and then you want to make sure that whatever you want to get into that sphere, you can get into it. But then you want to also, maybe you could CNC this. Yeah, definitely. This could be CNC'd, and that would be a way around some of the difficulty there. I actually could maybe attempt to do some of that again. 10 years ago when I was first getting into it, I didn't have any access to a CNC machine or knowledge or experience with CNC machining. But yeah, that is very possible now to actually get a metal, create it in the shape that I want, and those patents are available by Myron Kesh, so you can look up the diagram and the method of positioning the different items inside or outside of that sphere to generate that gravitational and magnetic force. Garth 5000 says element 115. Oh, Bob Lazar talks about 115, huh? Yeah. Yeah, I've watched many of Bob Lazar's chats as well. Check him out on YouTube as well, Bob Lazar. Thanks, Garth. I used to watch Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell, and he would have Bob Lazar on and many other guests, and that's how I got exposed to a lot of things over 3-4 year time frame, back in the 1996 through maybe 2000 time frame. says, or helium-3. There's some speculation that China might be mining helium-3 on the far side of the moon right now. Apparently, helium-3 is abundant, but it only lasts so long on Earth. But on the moon, it kind of just rains down and stays there. It doesn't get dissipated or something like that. That's why there's more of it on the moon than here. This is, I'm kind of putting stuff together. I don't exactly remember what the actual fact there is with helium-3, but that's what I was remembering. I'm going to give some perspective here. I've moved my truck here. The white cones are further a couple trucks down, so they did. People have parked here where I'm now parked as well, here at the gate. Also, to the right side here, people have parked here on this side too. So it doesn't look like that road closure is going to be happening anytime soon this morning. It was just for that one item. They could say we are ready, if or when they're ready to move this. They could have people clear out, but that'll probably be after lunch. So that'll probably be, if it happens, it'll be, it's almost 10 a.m. now. It's 9:54-ish in the morning. So maybe 2.5 to 4 hours, sometime in that time frame. If you want to check back later, I may or may not be live streaming at that time. The other camera will be, but I probably won't have this shot that we have now. Unless they decide just to roll it down the road with all these cars parked here. If they were able to do that very quickly, I could see that happening anytime. It could happen in the next half hour, you know, if they wanted to, if they really wanted to. But I don't see the normal setup right now for that to happen. the a couple people checking out. So you are allowed to walk up to the fence there, but you're not allowed to start grabbing onto the fence. So the guard on the left side of the screen is watching what they do. So if they were to start jumping up on that fence, that guard would rush out and be no bueno. But looks like they're okay. They're taking some photos. Okay, thanks, Sir Chris. Thanks for mentioning that. I will get a shot on the top of the booster. I'm going to shift the view here. Take out the booster. Just a minute. Good call, Sir Chris. Here we go. I'm going to check that out. Da Vinci says that's an aerial man lift. A cherry picker that you know of is a automotive engine hoist. Okay, so an aerial people lift. Interesting. Now we're getting some wind now, some kind of stronger wind and gusts of wind. Next road closure is on Monday. Last I checked, there is a road closure scheduled, proposed for Monday here. Yeah, I might stick with cherry picker too. But the aerial man lift, for that type of tall lift, I might use that in the future. Thanks, Da Vinci. I might adopt that verbiage. Yeah, some people out of Australia were telling me they were cherry pickers. So I think over there in the land of Oz, they call them cherry pickers. I was just used to saying lift, man lift, huh? Aerial man lift. Let me see if the word lift again was part of that aerial man lift. So I was originally just using the word lift, and it was suggested to me that to use the word cherry picker, as how they say it in Australia. So okay, Nadine, nice to see you. Yeah, have a good dinner. With Starship 24, I don't see any activity there. Bring it over there on the screen. You can see it on the right side. There are a number of towels missing, but there's no activity being done there at the moment on the Starship to the right. Okay, Carl West says, I don't know much, only having been in construction for 51 years and a superintendent for 42 of those years, but we call them boom lifts. So boom lift is another name there. Good stuff. EVP shirt. EVP, EWP. Moose Hub says EWP shirt for elevated work platform. Elevated work platform. EWP. EWP shirt is another name. Interesting. Elevated work platform. Okay. Boom lift, elevated work platform, cherry picker, aerial man lift. Ah, all right. Yeah, I could go into business, say we have boom lifts, we have aerial man lifts, we have an elevated work platform, and we have there's one more. We have yeah, we got lots of equipment here. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, there's the aerial man lift, and then there's the man lift. So it's the last one. That was the man lift. Yeah. And cherry pickers. There we go. Looks like that strap on the right side, the very right side, there still needs to be connected. Unless it's already, maybe it's all connected. I think maybe they're all connected. I think maybe they got them all. I gotta correct myself. I think they're all connected now. Maybe this one and those ones in the back maybe need to be done. The center one and the one on the left in the back. Maybe they need to do those. All right, that looks to be it. Looks like they got them all attached now. I'm gonna move the tripod here so we get the good shot when they do this lift. There we go. Moose Hub asks, any testing going to occur today? I would say no. It's Friday. They did the kind of a partial road closure this morning, and I would say no as far as testing, but I don't know. You know. Don't usually see people driving bikes around here. Yeah, Moose Hub. I've seen Elon walking around 2 different days here. I got him on video twice. If you look on the channel and you search for Elon Musk, you'll see 2 or 3 videos with Elon walking around. Okay, there's a methane, some type of tanker. It might be a methane tanker going into the suborbital tank farm area right now. looks like we're getting ready for this lift here. There was a shot with Jeff Bezos when they went into space. They went to low Earth orbit on that rocket, right? Jeff took the plunge and went up there on his own rocket with a few other people. That was awesome. So I respect Jeff for taking that flight into low Earth orbit on his own rocket. Yeah, I wouldn't underestimate someone who has billions of dollars. They've been successful at managing people and items here on the earth, so very successful. So. Jeff has transformed life as we know it here in the United States, as far as being able to buy books, anything online using Amazon. That's his baby, his creation. So he changed life in the United States with Amazon, for sure. I don't know if someone else would have done what he did, but he did it. There used to be bookstores we would go to here at Barnes and Nobles and other stuff, and it used to be a big thing to go into a bookstore. And when the Amazon came out, that changed the game here in the United States as far as buying books, and now it's everything. Yeah, Da Vinci says he has a hand in just about everything. Yeah. Carl says just a tidbit, some might find interesting, the slings being used. Just a minute, I'll be back. said hello to somebody. Good to see. Good to see. So some people are driving around here, taking a look at the fire, the area, see how it looks after the day after. Someone just was stopping by, said hello, and that's what he's checking out. Some of the landscape, see how it looks now. So let me get back to what I was reading there. So Carl says, just a tidbit some might find interesting. The slings being used are made from polyester strands encased in a nylon wrap. So polyester strands in a nylon wrap. So at the top, attached to the top of the 7.1 there. So polyester, I'm not sure how strong polyester is, but nylon is pretty strong, right? So interesting. I know there are some straps you can get at a like 10,000 pound straps or some other types of straps that I've bought for like $10-20 here in the United States to do some attached to a winch to kind of pull a tree down in a certain direction while cutting it. I've used those, like a winch combination with those, a few of those maybe not so heavily weighted, but like 10,000 pound rating straps, and I believe those were something like a nylon type of thing. But that's cool. Polyester and nylon straps. Thanks. Carl says some of the slings are made with internal weight indicators that communicate with the computer in the crane's cab. They use Wi-Fi to do that. Awesome. So they can kind of measure the weight on each of the straps. Awesome. Internal weight indicators in those straps. Wow. In some of the straps, maybe not these, but wow. Maybe they're going to move that out of the way. That maybe not. No, maybe not. So we're at 10:28 in the morning. 10:28. 11:28 would be an hour from now. So they got about an hour and 20 minutes before they go on a lunch break. So they could do this lift before lunch. I could see that happening. Otherwise, they could prepare it. They could do all the preparations, go to lunch, come back, and then do the move after lunch. All right, Carl says the flat straps are usually nylon, and the round ones and endless straps are polyester nylon. So that's cool. The flatter nylon, but the rounder ones are a combination. That's helpful. Thanks. Moose Hub asks, what's that squeaky thing in the background? There's some type of venting from the orbital tank farm area, and that's what that squeaky noise is. Yeah, maybe it's some grinding or something. Says Da Vinci. Lord Skippy asks, "Is the road closed?" No, yeah, it was briefly closed this morning, but it was only to move one item, and then they opened it up again. So the road's currently open. Doesn't look like they're ready to do the lift yet. There's still people walking around on the inside of that container. Morning. There is an SBMT to the right of this. No. You can if front or whatever. Thanks. Yeah. There's a stand to the right of this unit here with holding a stand. So the SBMT is on a stand that they're going to lift this 7.1 onto that stand to the right. So I apologize for some of the rapid movement here. All right, everybody, I'm possibly seeing more of the bottom there. We may be lifted already, everybody. Let me zoom out. This may be lifted. Let me, I'm not sure if it's lifted or not, but I'm seeing more of something. What do you see? It looks like we're lifting up a little bit here. Yep, I think so. Yeah, it is, I think it's lifted up a little bit. You don't think so? I don't know, sometimes you look at something too long and you start to see stuff. Still down? Okay. It's that, what is it called? The tan color there at the base of the 7.1. I was noticing more of that. Maybe I was just, hadn't really looked at it so close before. Now I'm seeing that tan color at the bottom there. So it's like, I didn't remember seeing that. So either way, yeah, so the reason I do a lot of live streaming versus just do a recording is because the goal here at Ocean Cam is always to do the surface level video imagery of the oceans on another moon or planet throughout our solar system. So to keep developing that live stream capability, whether it's just adding another camera to get the better live stream shot or whatnot. That's why I don't do a lot of time-lapse videos and other still shots. I'm more into the video from the surface of these different moons. So I'm continually working on that live stream capability. Come on. That man, they just tied some yellow rope around some of the tubes over there that are hanging out the bottom there, so that when it gets lifted, those won't drag on the ground. So you can see some yellow ropes at the bottom there where that gentleman is, and that's what I just noticed now. So that's what they've been doing with that lift in front of us. This could be quite the move if they are going to lift. Say we see that round section there. Let me use my hand. See this part here. If they don't just, I think they're just going to lift this top part off. But if they were to lift the whole thing off of those stilts at the bottom there, there's some stilts at the bottom here, just around the bottom. If they lifted this piece as well as that top part, that would be something. I think Dave says the road closure is canceled for today. Oh, is the road? No, there was a road closure this morning. So I think they're just going to lift this top piece off. But if they were to lift the whole thing, that would be something different. And the fact that they just tied up with these yellow ropes to the cables to these tubes makes me think that maybe they're going to lift this part with it as well. If they lift that whole thing, that's going to be quite the sight. This whole section off those little stilts on the ground, little stilts down there. And maybe they'll lift the stilts too. But it looked to me like they were unscrewing. Maybe they were tightening the screws on top of there instead of counterclockwise taking the screws off the bolts. Maybe they were tightening them, because when they were going around the area there, when they were going around this type here with the ratchet and the other type thing, I thought they were unscrewing. Maybe they would lift those stilts up. Maybe they would lift everything up, including the little pieces at bottom. Oh, you could hear them dropping. Sir Chris says, okay, so maybe they did take them out. Maybe they did detach it. Okay. If they did it in two pieces, then that would be two things rolling down the road toward the build site. Maybe they need another SPMT to get the base there. Carl says, I think he was tightening those bolts because he only did random ones, not all of them. Oh, that's a good point there too. Good point. Sir Chris says it's a three-piece set. Okay, if it is, then that would make sense. The one already left, the top piece, That would be the middle piece on the top there, and then the bottom piece. Is that true? Did you see that, or did you see it before when it came in? Was it 3 pieces? Sir Chris? I've seen it many times. Okay, all right. Ryalex Systems says, I believe the bottom part is too heavy to lift with the crane. They get special lifting equipment and to lift it. Awesome, awesome. Okay, DS says, I don't think the LR 11,000 can lift the entire thing. They used a heavy-duty gantry crane for the bottom part. Wow. Yeah, I wasn't watching closely enough either, Carl, to see if they did every one or what, you know. Good stuff. Yeah, I'll be here on this. I'll keep the stream going till about 11:45, and if they take a break at that point, then I'll take a break too, but I'll stay here on site and I'll check the other camera, check my email, and then I'll be here for the 12:30 time frame if they get going again, and for at least a half hour, maybe an hour after lunch, to see if they lift it. If they don't lift it at that time, I'll just go to town, get some food, come back. Tony, thank you. Gregory Lane says the Starship 24 6 Raptor static fire made me think of Victory. Good stuff. Ah, I got you. Airborne all the way, says Gregory. Yep. Airborne. Airborne. Yeah. 3-second spacing on the jumps there. Got pretty exciting times there in airborne. Airborne. If you're into numbers, I would say, if you're into politics or numbers at all, I would say look at the different presidential inaugurations and look at the 21 gun salutes. It's not the gun, but the big, those either 3 or 4 cannons that are at the different presidential inaugurations. After the swearing in, they oftentimes do a 21 artillery, or I'm not sure the correct name for those things that they do, but they fire them one after another 21 times. And for sometimes it's every 3 seconds they do those, they fire the next one, and then sometimes it's 9 seconds, and see which president's got 3 every 3 seconds and which one's got 9 seconds. Little trivia question there. If anyone knows the answer, put it here in the chat. But yeah, very interesting. You might find some gems there. Some news came out over the last 2 weeks about some of that information. I'm not political, but I'm just saying some of the interesting stuff that the military did over the last over time. The sun is coming out really strong now. Second of the 5:05, 31 jumps, says Gregory. Good. Good luck from London, says Tony Hills. Good stuff. Nice to see you. If you do one jump every month, that's about 12, 24, 36, 48. That's about 4 years right there. One jump every month, and maybe a couple extra in a 950. Oh, wait. 12, 24. So 2 years, maybe 2 years of jumps there. I thought it was a 51, 31 though. 31 jumps. One every year or one every month or every other month. Interesting. Good thing. Okay, they're adjusting some of the, they're checking out the bottom there that we're looking at. Then also on the it looks like on the back of the SPMT that's going to be moving the item. They're getting out some ropes. Let me get that shot. Maybe they're moving something back there. I'm not sure what it is, but they got some yellow straps out there with another man lift or lifter. They're going to lift something over back that way. So on the left side there, it looks like they have that gentleman has a rope coiled up, a red rope up here. So one of those guide ropes, and then there's another one that's hanging right over here. There's a rope that's hanging over there, and there is another one up on the right side. See where my finger is. Right up here, there's another rope up on the right side there. U.S. Fish and Wildlife just passed with flashing lights. This is all U.S. Fish and Wildlife people just going down the road there. I've never actually seen them here before, but two vehicles with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. They may be the federal. I think that's maybe federal and not state U.S. Fish and Wildlife. I'm gonna get this shot. They're coming back down the road. So you don't usually, I don't often see, maybe once before, the Fish and Wildlife people here. So I'm gonna get this shot while they're here, coming back toward us right now. This vehicle here is carrying some type of stilt or some type of thing out there too. Looks like some of these people are breaking for lunch here. Hey Rupert, nice to see you. I think it's the federal Fish and the federal U.S. Fish and Wildlife. I guess having the word U.S. before it, U.S. Fish and Wildlife versus just Fish and Wildlife, designates it as federal. Now, how about this? You start your own business, and everything you do, you call it federal. Federal is if the U.S. is just a corporation, then the word federal is maybe not what we think it means. It just refers to that corporation. So I want to look up the legal definition of the word federal, because even the word employee is a special legal term which only refers to people who work for the U.S. government. So if you are an employee, it's not what most people think the word employee means, but legally it means something in regards to that corporation. So I wonder what the word federal actually means. But anyway, so if you have your own business, then you could say such and such is create your own word referring to something in regards to that corporation. So federal might not just, be what we think it means. Anyway, yeah. But so that's a U.S. Fish and Wildlife. There's a Fish and Wildlife, and then which is state, and maybe that's the state, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife is probably the federal. But they own a lot of land around the launch site here. And so they were probably checking out how it looked after yesterday. The U.S. government owns some property around here too, and it might be interesting. You could check out who owns what by going to the Cameron County, Texas map of the tax map for Cameron County, Texas, the GIS map, and you can click on the different lots and it'll tell you who owns what it's assessed at. And if you look around the launch site here, the U.S. government owns some property, as well as the Fish and Wildlife, Dog Leg LLC, and several other people. But what's interesting also is that the U.S. government, the address for the U.S. government on the property around here, around the launch site, is somewhere here in Texas. It's not actually going to the Washington, D.C. The address for the U.S. government that owns the property around here, around the launch site, is somewhere here in Texas. That cracked me up when I saw that. Hey Craig, doing all right? I'm doing all right. Almost 4 hours into the stream here, so 2 hours, 3 hours and 54 minutes. Well, wish you all a good weekend, whatever you decide to do, whether it's already Saturday for you on the New Zealand, all those kind of areas. If you're of the Jewish faith, which I am not, but I have participated in a lot of Shabbats. Happy Shabbat to you, starting this evening at sundown. Sundown, the festival for the every Friday night, Saturday night, Friday to Saturday night at sundown. That's the Shabbat time off where a lot of people don't do anything and they just they're with the family or whatever, and they don't you know, depending on how you do it, it's a special time every week. If it were Sunday, I would say happy Sunday, and for those other people who celebrate Sunday, so, and other people celebrate Saturday, so whatever. Yeah. But yep. I've got a special liking for some of the Shabbat meditation and all that, just because of the experiences I've had for about 8 months. One time when I was living at a rejuvenation center in Arizona. A Tree of Life Rejuvenation Center with Dr. Gabriel Cousins, using raw food, nutrition to get healthy. A lot of good fun there. Yeah, but it's really sunny out. We got a few clouds in the sky, but it's the sun. You can feel it. If you live in Texas or in some of these southern states or near the equator where you get a good amount of sun, then think about getting some solar panels or something. It's a good investment if you have any property in a remote area like I do. I've got the remote camera currently going off of the solar panel, and I got a 2,000 watt inverter and 2 marine batteries, deep cycle marine batteries. That's how it's running over there with a Starlink. Sir Chris is back with us. Good stuff. Yeah, Craig, the road closure happened briefly, but it's not currently active. A lot of times these videos will get 1,000 to 2,000 views, and the average view is oftentimes around 3 minutes or so per viewer or something. So on average, you know, if you take all the different people that watched it and then you do the average, from anywhere from like 20 seconds to three minutes is kind of the average on some of the streams. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less, but and that's usually about 2,000 to 3,000 people will watch it. So people cycle through all the time, so that's why I repeat so much stuff. There is a chance that someday we'll get around 60,000 viewers concurrent. You know, maybe the interest will keep developing. I know a lot of those viewers hang out at some of the other channels, but maybe they'll make it over here as they awaken and become more conscious of the different dimensions and realities, and possibly start valuing some of the other knowledge and opportunities for growth. I think I'll zoom out. Got a lot of little gnats, G-N-A-T-S. A lot of little tiny flies that are biting my legs. I think I'll pull the camera away from the road and then just get in the truck and leave the camera outside until something happens. I don't need to torture myself. Let me, yeah, I'm gonna sit inside my truck and just take a load off here. checking into the chat, see how it's going. Open the umbrella, see what we got. What do we got here? See you later, Sir Chris. Happy shopping. Good stuff. Okay, the dude in the crane just left. If that's true, if the crane guy left, then let me know and I will, I'll end this stream and restart it after lunch. Okay, so in about, I'm gonna walk down the waves here, I'll come back, and then that'll be about 10-15 minutes. I'll end the stream in about another 10 or 15 minutes. It's going to take me a little while to walk down toward the beach. I'll come back and then I'll check the chat and see how we're doing. Thanks for the support from Jackie and another individual here this morning. Thank you. Ocean Camera Space Corp, Paul Esmamakos, Ocean Cam Space. Chip. 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 Chip.
I didn't think I was in their way. Was I in their way? They don't look like they're in a hurry.
Okay, everybody, I'm going to end the stream here, and I'll pick it up in about 25 minutes, 25, 30 minutes to around 12:25. That's normally when the road closure finishes. I mean, the lunch finishes. Yeah, I'm going to get some lunch, some downtime, and then I'll pick it up with a new stream just after lunch. Okay, so in 10 and 15 seconds, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. Signing out. It is September. You know, it's there in the description which day in September we are. It is a Friday. See you soon, everybody. After lunch. Adios.